Hare Bhaktivedanta Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Samsakacharya Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Mr. Pad Paramamsa Pavirajikacharya Sutre Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki jai. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur ki jai. Vemsakaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavedanta Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gop Gopinath Shyam Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Shri Vrindavan Mayapur Dham ki jai. Jagannath Puri Ayodhya Dham ki jai. Ganga Maya ki jai. Ramana Maya ki jai. Tulsi Maharani ki jai. Bhakti Devi ki jai. Samaveta Bhaktivinoda ki jai. Janitai Gaur Premanande. All glories to somebody devoted. All glories to somebody devoted. All glories to somebody devoted. All glories, all glories, all glories, Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga, all glories. Hare Krishna. Before we start Bhaktivedanta Manor, I'd like to welcome everyone for the morning program. So today is Sunday, 5th of June 2022, and this morning's Chaitanya Charitamrita class will be given by His Grace Shona Krishi Prabhu. And today we're also restarting our Bhagavad Gita classes on Sundays. So there'll be a Bhagavad Gita class at 1 p.m. here in the temple room, which will be given by His Grace Mukunda Hari Prabhu. And then in the evening also we'll have Bhagavad Gita class at 6 p.m. and that'll be given by His Grace Govinda Prabhu. Okay, so we continue reading from Srila Prabhupada's Shikshamrita in a letter on 19th April 1968. He says, I have arrived here in New York on the 17th afternoon. The trip was very quickly passed. We were very nicely received at the airport by both the press and the devotees. Here there are so many new flower-like boys and girls, and they are all so much interested in Krishna consciousness very seriously. I'm surprised at their enthusiasm, and I'm very happy amongst them. Just try to make your temple there as successful as this one in New York. Just work sincerely, and it will come. Srila Prabhupada ki, Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki, Shri Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye, Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye, Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Vrindaye Tulsi Devyaye Priyaye Kesavasya Vishnu Bhakti Padadevi Satyavataye Namo Namaha. Tulsi Maharani Vrinda Devi ki.
Namo Namo Tulasi Krishna Prayasi. Namo Namo Tulasi Krishna Prayasi. Radha Krishna Seva Pavo Heya Bilasi. Radha Krishna Seva Pavo Heya Bilasi.
Jai
Vrindai Tulsi Devyai, Priyai Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Pradi Devi, Satyavachai Namo Namaha. Vrindai Tulsi Devyai, Priyai Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Pradi Devi, Satyavachai Namo Namaha. Vrindai Tulsi Devyai, Priyai Kesavasya, Vishnu Bhakti Pradi Devi, Satyavachai Namo Namaha.
O Tulasi, beloved of Krishna, I bow before you again and again. My desire is to obtain the service of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. Whoever takes shelter of you has his wishes fulfilled. Bestowing your mercy upon him, you make him a resident of Vrindavan. My desire is that you also grant me a residence in the pleasure groves of Sri Vrindavan Dham. Thus, within my vision, I will always behold the beautiful pastimes of Radha and Krishna. I beg you to make me a follower of the cowherd damsels of Raj. Please give me the privilege of devotional service and make me your own maidservant. This very fallen and lowly servant of Krishna prays. May I always swim in the love of Sri Sri Radha and Govinda. Srimati Tulsi Maharani ki. Now let us offer our respectful obeisances unto all the Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, who can fulfill the desires of everyone just like desire trees, and are full of compassion for all the fallen conditioned souls. Pancha Gopa Trubhischa Kripa Sindhu Vevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrindaki Janadapi Sine Chena Tarodapi Sahishnuna Amani Namanadena Kirtaniya Satahari. One should chant the holy names of the Lord in a humble state of mind, thinking oneself lower than the straw in the street. One should be more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respect to others. In such a state of mind, one can chant the holy names of the Lord constantly. There are 10 offences to be avoided in the matter of chanting the holy names of the Lord, and they are as follows. 1. To blaspheme the devotees who have dedicated their lives for propagating the holy names of the Lord. 2. To consider to the names of demigod like Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma to be equal to or independent of the names of Lord Vishnu. 3. To disobey the orders of the spiritual master. 4. To blaspheme the Vedic literatures or literatures in pursuance of the Vedic version. 5. To consider the glories of chanting Hare Krishna to be an imagination. 6. To give some interpretation on the holy names of the Lord. 7. To commit simple activities on the strength of chanting the holy names of the Lord. 8. To consider the chanting of Hare Krishna as one of the auspicious ritualistic activities offered in the Vedas as fruit of activities, karma kanda. 9. To instruct the faithless person about the glories of the holy name. 10. To not have complete faith in the chanting of the holy names, and to maintain material attachments, even after understanding so many instructions on this matter. It is also an offense to be inattentive whilst chanting. Every devotee who claims to be a Vaishnava must carefully guard against all these offences in order to quickly achieve the desired success. Krishna Prema, Sri Harinam Prabhu Ki.
Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare,
Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna.
Sorry, time. Oh, I got it. You want to sing?
Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Radha Gokula Nanda Shri Radhe.
Maya sadhu, Jala
Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakti Sadma Bandha Moye Savadana Mate Bandha Moye Savadana Mate Sadevai Vibhavaturiyaya Yahara Prasadevai Vibhavaturiyaya Prapti oya hoite Krishna Prapti oya hoite Padma Vakya Chitete Korya Kya Buddha Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Korya Kya Arana kori ho mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Aise Uttama Gati
prasade pure sarva asha. Je prasade pure sarva asha. Jame jame Prabhu se Chakudana dilo ye Jame jame Prabhu se Diva gyan de prakashita Diva gyan de prakashita Bhaktiya hoite avijave nashayate Prema bhaktiya hoite avijave nashayate Vedegayo hara charita Vedegayo hara charita Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokana lokera jivana Lokana lokera jivana Ha ha Prabhu toro doya Deho more pada chaya Homore padachaya Deviya Jushukri Bhuvana Deviya Jushukri Bhuvana Gayo Prabhupada 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 Srila Prabhupada Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunavadi Pashtatatishatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe. Jayo Sita Ram Lakshmana Hanuman, Jayo Sita Ram Srila Prabhupada Sri Gurudev Ki Jai. Gaura Premanande.
Shri Srimad, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Asta Tarasata Shri Srimad, His Divine Grace.
There is a reading that's going to be happening upstairs for children under the age of 12 or 5 to 12. And that's upstairs in the Mayapur room. So devotees who would like to be part of that, please go upstairs to Mayapur room, which is just diagonally opposite to Srila Prabhupada's darshan room. That's from 5 years old to 12 years old, after Jai Radha Madhav. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Yeah. Why, thank you. Hare Krishna.
Before we start, do we have a Bengali speaker in the audience? Any Bengali speakers? Bengali speaker? Are you putting your hand up? Or? No. I'm just looking for someone to... This isn't the verse I had imagined I was to recite. And my Bengali is as good as my Swahili, which is not good. Would anyone like to lead after we do the prayer? Who's a good reciter? No one? No? Yeah. To lead the chanting of the verse. I'll do that. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Janavallabha Girivaradhari Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari 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 Jaya Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Jai Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradhari Janavallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Raja Janaranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Yamuna Tiravanachari Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Radhe 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 Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Stotara Sata Sri Srimadi's Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Kantaraj Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Ki Gaura Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakta Brinda Jaya Jaya Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakta Brinda Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda Jaya Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaur Bhakta Brinda Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, we're reading a number of verses, and it's the talks between the Lord and Ramananda Roy. And these talks took place in Vijayanagar, is where they met. And they met, anyway, this is a coin from Vijayanagar, which was in circulation at the time that they met. And on one side is Garuda, if you have a good imagination. And on the other side is the name of a king. If I throw it to you, it's a small denomination copper coin. But it's sometimes just good to see that these things are actually historical. So that's a coin that Ramananda Roy, who was the governor of that area, could have given to someone as payment for services rendered. Right. So no one wants to lead the chanting? It's up to me, is it?
So we can do 91 to 94.
You can try? No, we'll do this guy. Yeah. Brave man. No, not all of them, just that one. Let's keep it simple. Yeah.
Try. Yadi api Krishna saurdarya madhur yera dehurya vraja devira sange tara badaye madhuraya.
Very good. But I could have done that myself.
Haribo.
Haribo. Yadyapi Krishna Sundarya Madhuryarya Durya Vraja Devira Sange Tanra Badaye Madhurya Yadyapi Krishna Sundarya Madhuryarya Durya Vraja Devira Sange Tanra Badaye Madhurya Yadyapi Krishna Sundarya Madhurya Radurya Raja Devira Sange Tanra Ade Madhurya Yadapi Krishna Sundarya Madhurya Radurya Vajadevira Sange Tanra Vadharye Madhurya Tapi Krishna Sundarya Madhurya Yadurya Vajatavira Sange Tanra Vadhaye Madhurya Yadyapi Krishna Sundarya Madhurya Yadurya Rajadavira Sange Tanra Badhaye Madhurya Yadyapi Krishna Sundarya Madhurya Yadurya Rajadavira Sange Tanra Badhaye Madhurya Yadapi, although Krishna Sundarya, the beauty of Lord Krishna, Madhurya, of sweetness, Durya, the supermost, Rajadavira, the gopis, Sange, in company with, Tanra, his, Badye, increases, Madhurya, the sweetness. And we won't translate that one because we'll go back to text 91, which is where we're starting. And that's ye yatamam prapadyante tam stataiva vajamyaham mama vartmanuvartante manushaya partha sarvashaha. According to Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, as all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Pritha. Text 92. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it is said that Lord Krishna cannot proportionately reciprocate devotional service in the Madhurya Ras. Therefore, he always remains a debtor to such devotees. Text 93. When the gopis were overwhelmed with dissatisfaction due to Lord Krishna's absence from the Rasa Leela, Krishna returned to them and told them, "My dear gopis, our meeting is certainly free of all material contamination. I must admit that in many lives it would be impossible for me to repay my debt to you, because you have cut off the bondage of family life just to search for me. Consequently, I am unable to repay you. Therefore, please be satisfied with your honest activities in this regards." And then this text. Although Krishna's unparalleled beauty is the topmost sweetness of love of Godhead, his sweetness increases unlimitedly when in the company of the gopis. Consequently, Krishna's exchange of love with the gopis is the topmost perfection of love of God. Om Gyanati Marandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshurundaratanyana Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah Sri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Sadati Swapadantikam. And the purport here is a very short purport to that final verse. Krishna and his devotees become perfectly intimate in conjugal love of Godhead. In other mellows, the Lord and his devotees do not enjoy transcendental bliss as perfectly. The next verse will illustrate this point, so you'll have to wait till next week to hear that verse. So this great punchline. So these talks, as we understand, they took place in Vijayanagar. Lord Chaitanya was advised by Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya to meet Ramananda Roy. And Ramananda Roy was, they say in those days, the governor of Madras, the area that is now Madras. So he was a high government official. And Lord Chaitanya met him, and with the blessings of Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya, started to speak with him confidentially, because Sarvabhauma had told him there's no one knows more about the relationship with Krishna and the gopis, these intimate discourses, than Ramananda Roy. You have to speak to him. And interestingly, Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya had been an Advaitin philosopher, and is still quite famously well known in India as such. And he used to make fun of Ramananda Roy until he became a devotee. He thought Ramananda Roy was real, as they say in Hindi, Pagal Baba. He's real, just nonsense guy. Didn't understand anything because he talked about Krishna and the gopis and these, what are these things? But after he met Lord Chaitanya, he began to realize that Ramananda Roy is the person who actually understood what was happening, what was going on. So he said to Lord Chaitanya, "There's only so much I can teach you. Really, you have to talk to him. He's the person." So Lord Chaitanya, in his tour of South India, he met with Ramananda Roy, and they got on immediately. And Lord Chaitanya started to ask him, immediately, "Tell me what I need to know. Tell me the topmost thing." And then he started to tell him, and he said, "No, tell me something more. Tell me more. Tell me something different. Tell me more. Is there more?" And he started to, to me it was like, Govardhan, when Krishna became the Govardhan hill and people were feeding the Govardhan, and Govardhan was saying, "Anayor, Anayor, give me more, give me more." And Lord Chaitanya was saying, give me more, because this was the nectar, this is what he was hungry for. And he was trying to find someone who he could speak to. Sometimes it's very difficult. We understand as devotees and people in every religion, or maybe these days, if you're religious at all, it's difficult to talk about it, because people seemingly are not interested. And so you have to dumb yourself down, but you're hungry for association with someone you can really talk to. And when you meet a religious person, that's great, we can talk about religious things, but when you meet a devotee of Krishna, then we can talk about Krishna things. Then it becomes more satisfying in our hearts. We become relieved by our capacity to be able to talk about these things, our ability, the opportunity. So Lord Chaitanya had this opportunity, and he was so hungry to hear more. And it's very, these talks for me, the Chaitanya Charitamrita is such a wonderful text. It is our whole philosophy and theology all laid out. And it's in the form of a biography, but it's so much more than that. It's actually, Krishnadas Kaviraj is laying out the whole tradition. And he's just got it all in there. And it's such a work of art that it's an effective biography, which in those days was a rare thing. But it's also expanding on the theology. What is our relationship with God? What is the point? What was Lord Chaitanya trying to say? What was his mission? So it wasn't just about some dates and times and places. And they met at Vidyanagar. And that's, big deal. That wasn't the big deal. The big deal was he met Ramananda Roy, this person. And then this conversation that took place. And then this conversation is one of the most important conversations in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. It's like the conversation with Lord Chaitanya and Sanatana Goswami. Again, another very important conversation. If we read the Bhagavad Gita, the conversation between Krishna and Arjuna, the Guru disciple, and then we read Sanatana Goswami, the Guru disciple, Lord Chaitanya speaking with him, then one is the high school and the other is the graduate. So it's the same conversation, just on different levels. So Lord Krishna is saying to Arjuna, Natu evaham jatunasam natwamna me janaripad. There was never a time when they did not exist. We will always exist individually, eternally, and making that point. But the point that Lord Chaitanya, and this was the first text of teaching in the Gita, and the first teaching of Lord Chaitanya to Sanatana Goswami, because Sanatana's inquiry was, who am I? And he said, Jivera Swarupai Krishna Nityadas. So it's not only you, but everyone. Jivera Swarupai, the Swarup of all the jivas, is Krishna Nityadas. You are an eternal servant of Krishna. So you have Arjuna's thing, that's the first understanding that you are an eternal person. You are eternal. Just get that down. But the next thing is you're eternally a servant of Krishna. That's a much more profound development of that same message, but this is the graduate understanding, shall we say. So this discussion with Sanatana Goswami is very important for us to be able to understand our tradition. Similarly, this talk between the Lord and Ramananda Roy is very important for us. Because in the beginning, the first thing Ramananda Roy says, well, you know, Vedic culture, Varnashram, is very important. And Lord Chaitanya says, it's material. Zip. It's like if we imagine a big screen and we're going zip, you know, delete, delete. And he's just going through everything. He says, oh, becoming detached, yeah, yes. Becoming knowledgeable, yes, yes, yes. Tell me something. Tell me something I don't know. Tell me something more interesting than that. That's all the religious stuff you get at every pravachan, every class. Everyone is just saying that. Some guru is sitting there twiddling a rose going, we have to become detached. And it's, what does it mean? What do you do with that? So Lord Chaitanya says, tell me something significant. And now he has told him something significant. And if we only had permission to read the very next verse, we could hear Lord Chaitanya attesting to that point. But he said, all as I surrender, I reward accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects. But he says, one who, in this Madhurya Ras, then Krishna, so that's true, that's the Bhagavad Gita, but Krishna can't reciprocate with someone in Madhurya Ras. And Krishna then says to the gopis, I have to admit that in many lives it would be impossible for me to repay my debt to you, because you have cut off the bondage of family life just to search for me. And you've given up everything just to find me. Now, we can say, oh, I did that. I joined the temple, or I became initiated. But was it just to find Krishna in the same way that the gopis did it? Or were there all kinds of conditions involved? Little contract we make with Krishna. So I do all this, and then I, maybe go back to Godhead, or, we could do a deal here. I'll do a bit of chanting, I'll become happy. We have expectations. The gopis didn't have any expectations because that's what love is. They just wanted to give to Krishna. They wanted to see Krishna pleased, to see him happy. Once they saw the smile on Krishna's face, that's what made them happy. Once Krishna was happy, then they were happy. It wasn't, show me the happiness and then I'll do more, or some such thing. And if we give up stuff, then Krishna is pleased. There's no doubt about that. Krishna loves us, and he loves us always, and there's nothing can interrupt that love. But when we reciprocate, when we give up everything, then Krishna, in the mood of love, is so indebted that he doesn't feel he can repay. Because that's the mood of love. There's no deal to be done. Krishna can't repay because it's not a deal. It's just how he feels about us. Who doesn't want someone in this world to feel that way about us? We practically live for that. That there's someone in the world that loves us unreservedly. And Krishna's the only person really offering that. All the rest of us have little bells and whistles to put on the relationship. Little reciprocations we would expect, even if unstated. But, there's an expectation, and we're going to get hurt. And there's so much nonsense that we do, and Krishna doesn't put any pass on it at all. He just ignores it. He loves us anyway, because he knows we're just an illusion. He knows it's just a passing phase. He understands the bigger picture. He doesn't want anything from us. And that's, if we think about how we preach. We're a preaching movement. We're a missionary movement. We want to help other people, introduce them to this. And that's the mood in which it's done, effectively. Oh, there's so many moods in which it's done. But if we want to do it effectively, we'll do it as Krishna does it. We'll take a lesson from his approach. And his approach is to love unreservedly. He's not judgmental. He's not righteous. He's humble. Always, just look at this humility. It's impossible for me to repay my debt to you because you have cut off the bondage of family life just to search for me. Such humility. He's God. He can demand stuff. He can say, if you don't do it, I'm going to make your life a misery. And we wonder sometimes why our life is a misery. Why would God do that to us? Well, God hasn't done it to us. We made all the choices to get where we are. That's our whole understanding. God isn't punishing us. He doesn't have a book and he's writing down notes on our performance. He doesn't care about any of that stuff. So then why do we care about it when we approach another person? So how do we enthuse someone to develop Krishna consciousness? We have to love them. We have to learn how to love. At least with the understanding we have at the moment of the love that Krishna has for us. That's what we can share. Because bhakti means sharing, heart to heart. And bhakti means to give. The word bhaj means to share. It means to give. So you're giving, not taking. It's not, I'm not preaching to you so that you will become a devotee, so that you will convert, so that I will get credit for converting you. It's got nothing to do, it's not a transaction. It's just a giving. There's no expectation of return. We have no idea what that person is going to do with this sharing. We're giving something of ourselves, and they may or may not become a devotee. They may laugh in our face or spit in our eye. And that's what Nityananda Prabhu and Haridas Thakur experienced when they went preaching. We may hearken back to the good old days of Vedic culture and the time of Lord Chaitanya when everyone was all very pious and everything like that. But that's not what Nityananda and Haridas Thakur experienced. They were the first preachers in our movement. And they went out and they got beaten. And Lord Nityananda had an alcohol pot thrown at him. An alcohol pot. I mean, it could have been treacle. It could have been anything but alcohol. Come on, guys. So, and cut his head and all that kind of stuff. They went through those trials. They went around knocking on people's doors. Do we imagine for a second that everyone opened their door and said, "Oh, Lord Nityananda, it's you"? They didn't have a clue who this guy was coming around, "Please chant Hare Krishna." Well, yeah. Come on, I got bills to pay. I got a field to till. You going to help me till my field? You going to help me pay my bills? I mean, let's get practical here. They were meeting what we meet every day. Yet they didn't stop, and they did it with humility. And when Lord Chaitanya came to take out Jaigai and Madai, he got annoyed because his friend had been hit. And Lord Nityananda said, no, that's not what we're here for. That's not how we're going to do it. And that's laying down the path of preaching for us. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna shows us his method of teaching is so inspiring. He's giving Arjuna all these options. Why not this? Why not this? Why not this? And in the end says, no, you decide. And again, it's a kind of, hang on a minute. Are you abnegating your responsibility here, Krishna? I mean, seriously? You're going to let him decide for himself? He's only a Kshatriya, for God's sake. What does he know? But he did. Because he had faith in Arjuna. It was a personal relationship. He wasn't trying to manipulate him. He knew that if he presented the truth, Arjuna would take it. And it's the same with us. we're presented the truth, and sometime we take it. When is that time? I don't know. My friend Madhamangal, first time he met the devotees was here in London. He was a skinhead, and he was attached to a gang, and they went to Leicester Square, and there was another skinhead gang coming, and they were all in strange orange robes and beating drums and singing songs, and they couldn't figure out who are these skinheads. So he went over and kicked one to start a fight. It was like gang on gang. And of course he didn't kick back, so he was like, oh, God. He thought, waste of space. That was his first introduction to Krishna consciousness. That was the first opportunity Krishna gave him. Hear the wonderful holy name. He went over, what is it? What is it? Kick, It's like a dog. We're sitting here giving the class, and a dog comes in and goes around and sniffs all over the place, trying to figure out, what are they doing? They're not eating, they're not sleeping, they're not mating, they're not defending. What are they doing? It's like, what a waste of time. And he wheezes on the asana and walks out. I mean, does something useful. So when is it that we take the opportunity? How many times have we been offered the opportunity? In how many lives? And now we've taken some opportunity. What other opportunities are we not seeing that Krishna is giving us every day? He doesn't stop. He's shouting it from the rooftops. And we're just not hearing. It's just some noise. What's the noise? So how do we tune in to Krishna? So that we can pick up these messages, so we can open up our heart. And the way is, Bhaktivedanta Saraswati said that preaching is life. Because when we preach, and we have to understand his definition of preach, and Prabhupada's definition, it's sharing heart to heart. It's the sharing of bhakti, the sharing of love. And it's not an intellectual thing. It's not that we have to know the philosophy, and that we have to quote X number of verses, that we have to have all these formulas for preaching. And that we have to put on the image of being pukka and go, Srila Prabhupada said, and we all develop old man's Bengali accents. And that's, if you don't preach like that, it's not effective or something. You preach from the heart. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are. Ramananda Roy was considered a Sudra by caste. So, I mean, from a Vedic point of view, why is Lord Chaitanya listening to him? This is not about Vedic anything. This is not about Varnashram. That's irrelevant in this conversation. In fact, it's the first thing that's dismissed. The message is bhakti. That's crystal clear. The message of our movement is bhakti. That's crystal clear. If we decide that it's some other message, or there's some prerequisite, we're actually in illusion. We've actually missed the point. We haven't read the text. We haven't opened our heart. We've actually closed it to make it some cultural phenomena, some social proposition, some intellectual formulation. And it all sounds intelligent and plausible, but none of it is relevant. And that's the gist of this conversation. It's all very interesting, but not relevant spiritually. The message is to become an eternal servant of Krishna. That's the goal. That's a clear goal. To realize we are an eternal servant of Krishna already. And to begin to act like that in whatever little ways we can. Just to remember every day, I am an eternal servant of Krishna. And every day we're being pulled to serve so many other things. Our mind, our senses, our colleagues, our husbands, our wives, our children, so many other people. And there's all kinds of services we have to do to keep the show on the road, to keep the family going, to keep food on the table, and all the things that we have to do. And that's fine. But that doesn't fall outside our service to Krishna. Service to Krishna is very practical because it's based on love. It's how we act. It's how we speak. It's how we think about people. And it's meditating on how to change ourselves in such a way that we can act with love, with affection, with kindness. And that's a struggle, because we'll see every day how we react against that. The material default position is very negative. And it gets more and more negative if we don't control it. So it's a meditation to try and act in such a way that we're not envious, that we're not anxious for honor from others, that we're ready to give honor to everybody and anyone. That we do consider ourselves lower in the straw on the street. People can say what they like, they can do what they like, it doesn't matter. That's the mood of Lord Nityananda, and that's the mood of a preacher. And when you meet someone like that, it's so inspiring. They don't even have to speak. It's so inspiring. It's so effective. It's so powerful. Our effective preaching will be seen by what we do and what we say and how we conduct ourselves. Our character. The character of a devotee. The character of a Vaishnava. And that's why Krishnadas Kaviraj says, take this verse, Trinada Pisa Nichina Tororiva Sahishnana. Take this verse and hang it around your neck. He doesn't take any other verse. He doesn't focus on anything else. He focuses on this verse. If you can understand this verse, meditate on it every day, and then through the day, try and practice it. And it's so difficult. We always have to get a word in. We always have to have something to say that's more intelligent than the last sentence. When we're preaching to someone, we're not listening to them. We're not understanding their condition. Krishna understood Arjuna's condition. He had a conversation with him. He said, what about this? And Arjuna would say, I can't do that. And what about this? He said, I don't understand what you're talking about. I can't control my mind. He understood. He gave him options and he got a reaction. We're not interested in a reaction. Someone's saying something and we're just formulating the next verse, the next shloka to throw at them from our Sankirtan belt. You know, dun, dun, superpower, throw a shloka at the guy. You know, and somehow, boof, becomes a devotee. And we go and take the credit. Sankirtan scores read out in front of the deities. That's not preaching. That's just nonsense. Preaching means to be humble. Preaching means every single person we meet has something to offer that we can learn from, because everyone is a representative of Krishna. We see Krishna in everyone. We have to be humble. We have no choice. We meet Krishna everywhere. And every person we meet, and we're just sharing what little bit we know. I've told the story here before, but I'll tell it again of back to Jerry in Dublin many, many years ago. Jerry was an alcoholic, and he used to come to the temple and join regularly. And then obviously he left regularly. And he'd join and he would be so pukka, and he'd get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and have all his rounds chanted before Mangal Arti and go through the whole, and then he'd go out in Sankirtan and do book distribution all day. And he'd do that for about 3 weeks, and then he'd disappear. And we'd find him in a doorway somewhere. And there's nothing we could do for him. He was just, Jerry was on a bender. And then he'd come back and he'd join again. And he was so inoffensive that you couldn't not let him be around. He knew he was an alcoholic. He knew he was a mess. He was just trying his best under the circumstances, very difficult circumstances, difficult karma that he had to deal with. But he wanted to be a devotee. So one time he'd left the temple, but he still had a few books in his bag. He went to the pub, got nicely plastered, went out on the street, but he found the books and he thought, I should give out these books. So he was out on O'Connell Bridge and he stopped a guy and he gave him, he said, excuse me, take this book. Don't look at me, I'm drunk. But this book will change your life. This book will change your life. You won't believe it. You know, and he was so convincing because He was so drunk, that it was so incongruous, his message and his state, that the fellow took the book and read it and became a devotee. And interestingly, that guy was the Madhu Mongol who kicked the devotees in Leicester Square. But he said he became convinced because he said he was so humble. And he used that word. It was just so impressive. He just kept on saying, don't look at me. I can't preach. I can't do this. But the book, he can do it. He can do it. And that's not how we preach. We preach to make ourselves look, I have made the right choice, person. I'm on the right path. Look at me, person. Follow my example, person. That's who we are. That's not preaching. It's interesting. It can make people go, oh, you're very intelligent and all that. But it's not effective preaching. It can help people in a little way. It's not valueless. But it's not what we're striving for. It's not what's going to change people's hearts. It might influence them psychologically, emotionally, might influence them intellectually, make them think in a different way, and that's great. But to be a devotee, we need to have an experience in the heart. And we've all had the experience when you meet someone who has no religious experience in their life. They weren't brought up in a religious family. They have no religious inquiry. They're really not interested. It's very difficult to talk to them. What's the point? There is no point in talking to them about something they're not interested in. It becomes a one-sided, boring conversation. So when you meet someone who's genuinely not interested in spirituality, and you understand it when you understand that they don't have an experience. And spiritual life is when we have an experience that has transformed us, that is the way we think, the way we act, the way we look at the world just becomes completely different. It's changed utterly. We can't be the same again. There's a famous poem by T.S. Eliot called The Journey of the Magi. The Magi are the three wise men who came to see Jesus. And it's a very nice poem, and they come and they see Jesus. But then in the last verse of the poem, they're going home, and they realize that they can't really go home again. They'll go home, but it's not the same. They've had this experience that they're going to have great difficulty sharing because it was an experience. And it's humbling to understand that it's very difficult to share an experience. The person has to have it for themselves. They have to have their own experience. How can we share it enough that they become enthused? How can we share our conviction the way back to Jerry shared his conviction? His personal conviction is what got it, not the fact that he was drunk. That was unattractive, totally disqualifying, everything. But he was the most effective preacher. Rahamurti in Dublin in the 1970s, he went to Belfast on a Sunday to do book distribution, took the bus up, got out, and didn't understand that Belfast is so Christian that on a Sunday everything was dead. So he walked into the center of town, nothing. And he thought, oh dear. So he walked up the Lisburn Road, a big long road, nobody. He took a right turn. Oh, that's a left turn. He took a left turn. And he went to the first house he saw, knocked on the door, and this young chap opened the door and he sold him a book. And he came home and he went back to the temple, and everyone said, well, how did you do? He said, I sold a book, a single book. And the devotees were really good devotees. We had no money in those days. And he had spent all the money on the bus, which was a big deal, to go up to Belfast. So it was like total failure. So in his humility, he decided, yes, total failure, what can I do? But the person he gave the book to was Martin Fleming, an architect student, who later became initiated as a Kundalini does. So it's just, he just did this thing and he just went up and failed utterly. And we don't know what's going on. We don't know what Krishna's plan is. He just went up and knocked on a door and pleaded with him to take a book because he was having such a bad day. And that's more or less why Akundari took the book. Just the poor guy, he felt so bad for him. He was genuinely upset that he wasn't doing well on book distribution, and he just bought a book on that basis. So this message of Ramananda Roy, we've come to the stage where we're talking about Madhurya Ras, and now Lord Chaitanya says, now I want more of this. Just stick with this. Now go deeper with this, please. Now we've hit the point. And the point for us to remember is bhakti. Whatever all the other discourses about Vedic culture and this and that and Varnashram and all that kind of stuff, it's not as important as the message of we are an eternal servant of Krishna, and Krishna loves us, and we need and want to love Krishna. We want to love and be loved, and Krishna wants to love and be loved. And we can be part of that. That's what the whole message is about. That's what the whole movement is about. That's why it's Radha Gokulananda. That's all Prabhupada spoke about. And the whole Bhagavad Gita, from beginning to end, he said, bhakti, 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 bhakti. When you read the Bhagavad Gita in the Sanskrit or something, you'll see that it's karma yoga and dhyana yoga and astanga yoga, and there's all kinds of others. It's not bhakti, bhakti, bhakti. But Prabhupada's point was, the message of the Gita is bhakti, therefore you establish it from the beginning. That's a proper Vaishnava commentary on the Gita. That's as the tradition acts. But Prabhupada wanted to make the point to us that we are a bhakti movement. This is our message, is Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. How to love Krishna. How to accept Krishna's love for us. That was Prabhupada's whole message. And if we deviate from that into all kinds of other things, then we're not representing Srila Prabhupada. And we're not focusing on the point. And with that, we will end and ask if anyone has any questions or answers or comments or anything else to offer. You'll be next, okay?
Hare Krishna Prabhu, thank you for the wonderful class. The question is, the conclusion that you kind of led to is that we should always focus on bringing bhakti into everything that we're doing, but we also see within the movement that so many different devotees are focused on like different philosophical aspects on trying to establish those, whether that's within the devotee community or even like globally as scholars. So I don't know if you could comment on that sort of aspect. Like I understand that the goal is to establish Vaishnavism and the bhakti movement, but it seems like it's kind of misdirected in a way, at least from my understanding.
We're all individuals, and we all have our tendencies and proclivities and ways of expressing ourselves. And some people are very intellectual, and some people are very artistic, and some people are very literary, and some people are great cooks, and some people are great talkers, and we've all the different types. I collect coins, for instance. So we've got all our things going on, but it doesn't mean that all of these can't be about bhakti. I remember I met on the stairs in the Zurich temple many years ago with Kurma and Harinamananda and myself. And Harinamananda was the biggest book distributor in the world. And I was doing communications work with academics and that kind of thing. And Kurma was a cook. And the three of us were just kind of musing on the fact that we had such different things to offer Krishna. Yet we were at the top of our game. We were all perfectly happy doing what we were doing. Kurma wanted to be a cook. And we could have forced him out on book distribution and he would have resented it for the rest of his life. But he wanted to be a cook. So he did cooking. And that was his Sankirtan. That was perfect. That's how he expressed his affection for Krishna, because that was his propensity. And Harinamananda was a brilliant book distributor. He was just brilliant. It was just how innovative he was and how straightforward he was with people. He didn't pretend to be something other than he was. He was totally truthful and honest and straightforward. And this book is important because it will help you. And people were convinced of it. And they bought tons of books from him. He had that was his thing, and that's what he wanted to do. And I wanted to hang out with scholars and people of other faiths and government people and basically talk. That's what I do. So I was perfectly happy just talking for a living. You know. But we were all happy doing what we were doing, but we were doing it for Krishna. And it all looks at, now if someone would have come and say, you all have to be cooks, or you all have to be book distributors, or you all have to be communications as well as, it would have been so boring. We were appreciating how different we were, yet how dedicated we were to Krishna. And that was so enthusing for us. So everyone's got their thing. The difficulty comes, and this is what Prabhupada said about science. Back to Srila Damodar Swami told me Prabhupada didn't have any difficulty with science. His difficulty was when scientists say that this is the only way. This is the only way you can understand the world, by rational, empiric, academic thought. He said that's, Prabhupada said, it's not the only way you can understand the world. He just made that simple point. They said, but when they're misleading people, and that he didn't like. And it's the same for us. We shouldn't mislead people. So we shouldn't have our propensity and our understanding and then force everybody. Unless everybody acts in this way, you're not blah-de-blah and you're going to go to hell, and whatever is coming your way, you deserve it because you're a nonsense. Total negativity. Feel the energy. The message. So disempowering. Where's the love in it? None. No kindness. No appreciation. So when any of us act like that, then we're rascals. That's just nonsense. And it's not irredeemable. We're all rascals sometimes. I mean we're devotees of Krishna, the greatest rascal. Why would we not be rascals? One of the reasons why I joined, Krishna was the funniest God I ever came across. It's just, he's always laughing. He's always making jokes and doing pranks. And all throughout the Mahabharata, he's just going around with this little smile on his face. It's like, it's not serious. As an Irishman, great. Life is not serious. We can have jokes. Brilliant. So what if someone comes and says, you can't be joking, you can't be laughing, you can't be playing pranks? What kind of nonsense is that? And there's tons of devotees talk like that. We have to be very serious and very religious. But we're a religion, but we're a movement. This isn't a movement based on experience, based on something that's going on in our heart. And all the rules and regulations are good. They keep us off the streets. They regulate society and important in that way, but they're not the essence. They're not where the joy is. I hope that's helpful.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Well, that was a very good class. And I have got something to say that I've been hiding for a long time from everybody. And it's a lot more important for everyone than for me. I'm the reincarnation of Lord Chaitanya. And I'm here to help you all and build this place so we can again save the world. If you all
You're not giving me respect because you still don't know who I am. But this is just my destiny. I'm just being myself now.
Unfortunately.
Look, the last thing I'm going to say before I leave is the opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You either grab it or you let it slip. For me, I'm just being myself and I'm following good Krishna at the end of the day. This temple or other temple, I will end up doing my job.
You're the man.
You guys, choose what you do.
You're the man.
Just keep eye open.
Wonderful.
That's very sad. Hope we can help him. Anyway, he just exemplified everything we were talking about in the wrong way. That's very unfortunate. And we all get like that. Acted out. Unfortunately, he acted it out, so we have a good laugh and everything. But actually, we all get like that. We all feel like we don't want to serve everybody, and why should I? And everyone's just a neophyte and a wally anyway. And, you know. What's that? Yeah, and I'm chosen. We all feel rather chosen sometimes, especially we look at our wife or our husband and we feel eminently chosen. Yeah, he's just working something out. So let's pray for him, that he'll be okay and that he'll see things. He just has to go around the other side and see from the other side, and it's so much more pleasant that he doesn't feel he has to take over, and he can be one of the boys and girls and all that. So that's it. I think. Oh, sorry. You're not going to give a speech, are you?
For a long time. Thank you. Thank you so much for a really wonderful and wholesome presentation, Srila Prabhupada. I had two questions, if I may. The first was on, you passed around the coin, and that was really interesting to see the kind of historical context. And my question was, how can we understand the historical context where you have differences in opinions? Like, for example, in Chaitanya Charitamrita, they'll explain a particular perspective and interaction of Lord Chaitanya and Vallabha, but in their Sampradaya, they'll have a different understanding of that interaction, so how to kind of reconcile. And my second question is, I really appreciate the maturity, and I feel that there's something that we can really learn from you. How can we, in our kind of communities that we're trying to look after, how can we instill that same level of, well, one, also cultivate that ourselves, but instill that into others? Is that just a matter of time, or is that something to kind of actively
instill what in others?
Like a sense of maturity. That I really appreciate the mature perspective that you have. That's it's not just about this service or that service. It's about the kind of collective spirit and appreciating an individual. So, is that something that comes with time, or is that something that's like specific to look after? Sorry.
Maturity just comes with maturity. It's based on thoughtfulness. We have to learn how to think. We can't be afraid to think. We have to question everything, because that's the function of intelligence. And we're all given intelligence, so we should use it. Now so I remember we did a survey in 1991. At that time, the Bhaktivedanta Manor Bhakti program was the oldest established Bhakti program in the world. So we did a little survey. We were going to develop it. So we asked devotees who had done the program what they thought. And it was very interesting, the feedback. Devotees who had come from a university background or any good educational background, they all had the experience of putting their hand up in a Bhakti class, and the Bhakti leader, they'd ask a question, the Bhakti leader would say, "That's a stupid question. Don't ask questions like that." And they immediately realized that there are no questions. Don't ask questions. And that they would have to suffer this Bhakti program so that they could stay in the movement. It was just something that you go through. It's like for ladies when they join the movement and they suddenly realize that they have to act in a certain way. Men just put them in a certain position and make them feel in a certain way, and they just have to suffer that if they want to be devotees. So it's kind of, we have certain ignorances and prejudice and biases built in, and we bring them with us, and we just make them part of the institution somehow. Very unattractive. So we have to question all these things, and we have to question ourselves, and we have to question others in very respectful ways, and we have to suffer a lot because that's life. And by doing that, we become mature. We become more thoughtful of others. And it's not about ourselves, it's about others, always. It's about service. So the more we can take others into account, the more thoughtful we become, the more mature we will be naturally. So the more you realize that women are treated in a certain way, and that's just not respectful of Vaishnavas. It's got nothing to do with Krishna consciousness. Then it's to be rejected, that way of treating people. And you may say it's Vedic or it's something, or it's not. It's bogus. It's nonsense. It's rascaldom. You can't treat anyone like that. People. What to speak of Vaishnavas? We don't treat people with disrespect. So whenever we see it, we question it. And if you can't do something about it, then you understand that. You can't do something about it, but you understand, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to treat people ignorantly. And then we become a different person inside. It's all about our individuality, becoming individually thoughtful devotees, which is what Prabhupada wanted us to be. And with regard to your first question, when it comes to history, history is notoriously difficult. It's a favorite subject of mine. I love history. But you read one history book and here's the understanding, and another history book and here's the understanding, and they're contradictory. And both of them have done impeccable research, and both of them are top of their game, and they're not making the same point. So what can you do? So it's very interesting in Indian culture and in Vaishnava culture, Hindu culture. Historicity is very different than we look at it in the West. You're not looking to establish the truth through history. So we try to establish the truth by history. So we get all the facts together, then we establish this is the truth, this is what happened. So we have the story in the Srimad Bhagavatam of Vrahadev, but the story is a combination of two stories of Vrahadev in two different kalpas. And they just tell the story differently. And so they've put them together. So historically, it's a bit of a kitchery, it's a bit of a hodgepodge. But the point is, what is the substance of the story? What's the message? So history has never been very important, much to the frustration of modern historians. They're trying to figure out Indian history, and they're trying to read all the texts, and the texts don't talk or think in a historical way, because that's not the point. The point is, here's the message. And history will always be interpreted individually, and always be a mystery unto itself. So why rest the truth based on everyone's individual interpretation as good as the next guy's? That's just not going to work. If you want to present the truth, present the message, the substance, and give they read the story, and you have a transformation. And that's what it's about. Prabhuji, I think this must be the last question. I don't know what time we're supposed to end. What's that? Even up to 9, that means 9:15 at the latest. You have a question? That was a short-lived feminism there. Maybe some ladies. I have a question. Oh, you got the microphone. Go for it.
Right. Then second thought came in. Maybe I forget. Sometimes I have a question and then I forget afterwards. This word karma, it's interesting. We've been brought up in this institution with this denomination, and it forms, this kind of feeling, us and them, we are devotees, they are karmi. I was wondering, because Lord Krishna says in the Gita, as a book distributor, I go out every day. I've changed the paradigm shift of my mind. I don't say anymore, let me go out and preach to some karmi. I say, let me go out and see if I can help a few devotees, because Lord Krishna in the Gita says, one who preaches this my message to my devotees is very dear to me. You know about that verse. He doesn't say to karmis, to materialistic. I was wondering, it's something that Srila Prabhupada, where is it from, this psychology, this repeating, the text, karma, that we have all imbibed it, and we use it very often, that even to the point, that they feel, sometimes they say, what it means karma? It means materialistic, they feel offended, even if you explain to them. So do you have any idea if it's something that mandatory that we have to use that term,
No.
or it's being born from our neophyte?
No. Yeah, it's born
from
from
the class was quite good.
It's born from our neophyte understanding. It's a very derogatory term. It's an offensive term, and it's used very inappropriately by us. It's not a word you find in the scriptures. It's a kind of vernacular word. It's just a word that we use to describe the other, the ones who aren't devotees. But it's a very bad understanding. It's very inappropriate. It's offensive, and it's often misapplied anyway. So you go to a person of another religion who is a faithful practitioner of that religion, who is devoted, and we call them a karmi because they don't live in a temple. What kind of understanding is that? What kind of thinking is that? That's so puffed up. It's the antithesis of Trinadapi Sunicina. It's the exact opposite. So we're putting ourselves on a very high pedestal, and we will get kicked off, and unless we kick ourselves off, which will be the wise thing to do. But I mean, I'm a karmi. I'm looking for results on my activities. We're all looking for something in some way. There's so many ways we're karmis, because we want Krishna to give us something. Peace, happiness, joy. We need it from Krishna. We need it because life is just difficult. And something horrible happens to us, and we run to Krishna, give us this. And Prabhupada says, yes, go to Krishna, kama sarva kamava, moksha kama udarati. If you have all desires, no desires, still go to Krishna. We should definitely go to Krishna. But have we all got that little bit of karma yoga transactional thing going on in our heart? Yeah, as long as we're not pure devotees, we do. Parabhakti. If we're half a devotee and half a not a devotee, what's the other half? Well, the other half has been a karmi. So if I don't like being called a karmi, or if I don't like being a karmi, then why would I call someone else a karmi? Because they're not going to like it either. So why would I intentionally be offensive to them? So we do have to change our way of thinking.
Thank you very much. Now we can pass the floor to one of the ladies.
I just had a comment to add to that I think this use of the word kami, within the Hare Krishna movement, developed at the time that the international movement was more focused on people going to live in temples and giving up their, perhaps giving up their studies, giving up their work, giving up their, their families. And over time, the movement has evolved, and we have many more grihasta devotees now who are, maintaining their family life, through work outside the temple. In that way, the use of the word kami has become increasingly inappropriate because of this ambiguity you speak of, where all of us, in some way, is trying to maintain a material life.
Yeah. And we have to remember that Prabhupada lived outside the temple. And he used to complain about the brahmacharis in the Gaudiya mat constantly preaching to him to give up his family and join the temple. I mean, Prabhupada was put under that kind of pressure, and he rejected it. He thought it was a nonsense. So you're perfectly right. And it is, there has been a cultural change. And that was, our use of the word karmi was born of immaturity. And if Prabhupada used terminology like that, he was perfectly conscious that we're all karmis. He was living in Trinadapi Sunicina, and we were very young people. He was speaking to 20-year-olds, and their understanding, every 20-year-old's understanding is fairly simple, very black and white. So So we do have to change. It's the us and them syndrome. In Germany, when I first went to Germany, it was the demons and the devotees. So it was, and they were the karmis, but they weren't just karmis, they were demons. So everyone who lived outside the temple, the four walls of the temple, were demons. And they were demoniac. And I was really bewildered by this. Anyway, I got a cold, and I went around the corner from the temple to a pharmacy, and I went in to buy some tissues. And I forgot two things. One is, I had no German money. The second was, I don't speak German. So I stood there, and there was this young woman, and I was looking at her going, tissues? Tissues, do they have tissues? Yeah, so I started doing all kinds of, so eventually she got it, and she gave me a packet of tissues. And so I looked for the money, and she went like that. And it was just a personal thing. She just let it go. And I was just thinking, is that a demon? There was nothing in it for her. It wasn't even a karmi transactional thing. Just some foreigner comes in with, dribbling snot or whatever, and she just gave him some tissues to help the guy out, the poor guy, And then I was in Berlin, and I was on the U-Bahn, the subway, and I was going to Potsdamer Platz, and I knew where I'd go. It was like 5 stops or something. But I just thought again I'd engage with some German person just to figure out their attitudes. And there was an older, very distinguished-looking German lady, and we were both standing, and I said to her, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to Potsdamer Platz?" And she said, "Oh, yes." And she started to engage and talk all about it and everything. And then we were just talking generally, and she said, "What do you do?" And I said, "I'm a Hare Krishna." And I see, to be a Hare Krishna in Germany was to be a cult, a dangerous cult, because the devotees had helped develop that image because the devotees had built a ghetto around themselves. They'd put themselves into a ghetto, and everyone outside the ghetto was wrong, and we were right. And of course, everyone outside the ghetto is saying they're wrong, and we're so. It was just a car crash. So, and I said, but we had this little exchange, and it was a pleasant exchange, and she liked the exchange. You could see that, and so I said the Hare Krishna thing, and I saw a veil go down over her eyes. In her mind, up to that point, I was a criminal, and all of a sudden, she just put her hand in her bag, and she took out a map of the U-Bahn, and she showed me where Potsdamer Platz was, and then she pushed the map into my hand and says, "You take this." And the fact is, I knew where Potsdamer Platz was, so I didn't need the map, so I didn't want to take her map. So I said, no, but she insisted. And I realized it was a little act of affection. She was transforming from someone who thought Hare Krishnas were criminals to, thank you. And to this day, I have that map, because it was meaningful, a meaningful exchange. Little bhakti thing. She developed some faith in Krishna, and Prabhupada says in the first canto of the Bhagavatam, when someone has an interaction with the devotee and they think, oh, these devotees are nice, Prabhupada says, that's directed towards Krishna, that's the beginning of their spiritual life.
You are so correct on that. I remember when I was brahmachari, this is a very short story here, 1985, I went for Rath Yatra, and I missed the bus back. So as a brahmachari, I couldn't even speak much English. And there was an Italian family that I was preaching to them during the parade. They took me to they didn't even know the address of the manor, to their house in London. They fed me, vegetarian of course, and I slept over. When I came back here, they brought me back here. Oh, my Bhakta leader said, you stayed with some karmi. And they gave you meat to eat? So you are contaminated. You should go and take a shower now. So, I felt they were devotees. even up to now, they're favorable. They did a Gyata Sukriti service.
They offered service. Why even a Gyata Sukriti? They gave it to you with their full heart consciously. It's fine. It's perfect the way it was. We have to make ourselves available to relationships. And by calling people's karmis, we're debarring our ability to have a relationship. We're writing the rules of a relationship, and we're saying this is the only way we can have a relationship when you bow down to me. When you subservient yourself to me because I am a devotee and you are a karmi. That's not a relationship. That's just a horrible interaction between people. It's not hardly worth spitting on itself. We have to be open so that people can have relationships and can give of their heart. And then we can have an exchange. And that exchange becomes something profound. Little moments of profound interaction. And that's what our life is made of. We have to increase those moments and just give those moments to other people. Give them the opportunity to have the transformational experiences that we've had. Because that's what keeps us here. These transformations, these exchanges of love between devotees. It is 5 to 9. I will end now. And thank you all very much. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita ki. Srila Prabhupada ki.
Thank you for a wonderful class, Guruji.
So good, thank you so
Thank you
much.
for a nice class.
Thank you, Dhruv. Thank you very much.
Here's a coin.
Oh, the coin.
Oh, thank you so much.
I got it down.
I was holding on to it.
It's on your end.